Un saludo para todos.
Good morning, everyone. I am Rafael Guardia, and I will be here with you today. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the annual Agesic event called Agesic Challenges 2025. This is a space for getting together and working on the progress on digital government. And today we will be having national and international experts. We'll be talking about the biggest progress here in the agenda. We will talk about the challenges to keep moving forward in the digital development in public administration. This event is being broadcast through the YouTube Agesic channel, so warm welcome to everyone there as well. And also a warm welcome to all of you who are here with us in the room today. We will be able to exchange opinions and comments through the hashtag Agesic Challenges 2025, and that is a way for us to be in contact and to have an enriching discussion. I would like to thank all of you who are joining us virtually for this session that will take place all the way until the afternoon, and we will have multiple presenters, both national and international and national authorities. We want to welcome Ebert Bauas, the Executive Director of Agesic. He is here with the management team of the agency. And before starting with him, we want to share a video of Agesic with you.
Cuando lo tengamos listo.
Whenever you're ready, we can watch it, and if not, we can begin with Everett, and then we can wrap up with the video. Do you agree? Go ahead, Everett. In that case, can you please load my presentation? If so, we can start. If not, we can see the video. Or, okay, you know what? I'm going to start with this because I think it's important. In today's event, we will talk about Agesic, and we will talk about digital transformation in Uruguay. And that is what we do. And for that, I want to present my team. There are a lot of people here behind the stage, but there are some people here who are representing the entire Agesic team. We have Virginia Pardo from Information Society, Fabiana Pintos from Human Management, Natalia Chape from Communications, Gonzalo Sosa from General Trans Secretariat, Marcelo Inoan from Strategic Planning, Barbara Day from the General Secretariat, Mauricio Papaleo from Information Security, Leticia Huela from Accounting and Finance, Karina Roal from Citizens Services, and Gabriel Hernandez from Operations and Technology. For us, it is important to share with you who we are, because in the past few years, Agesic has done a lot of things. We have been a fundamental pillar in the control of the pandemic. We have been fundamental in the control that has allowed for Uruguay to be positioned at the 15th out of 100 countries in the management of the pandemic because of the humanization of digital transformation of the country. In a regular event, or perhaps if these 2 years that we underwent had not gone by, we would possibly be talking about infrastructure as a service, platform as a service. We would be talking about transparency, data platforms, proceedings, catalogs, accessibility, mobile first, cloud first, and all those different acronyms that are very much connected to us, and all those different acronyms that are very much connected to us. And of course we do those things. Of course we work with all of these concepts, but what happened in the past 2 years is that all of these concepts came together for ourselves and for you as part of the executive branch for the digital transformation in the pandemic. I recall that on March the 1st, when this government came into office, and then we had Friday the 13th of March, where the pandemic was declared in Uruguay, at a time where the news that we were getting was that people were desolate in Europe. They were not able to have access to the healthcare system. The healthcare system had collapsed. There was no vaccine in sight. And in a way, this disease was democratic because everyone could catch it. And then on March the 14th and the 15th of 2020, Agesic was there. From the get-go, we brought to the table every single stakeholder that we believed was necessary to manage this pandemic. And from that date onwards, we got the first 2 ideas thanks to them. And of course, thanks to the private stakeholders who helped us. First, we created an app called Coronavirus UI. And then we had interoperability between the private labs and the Ministry of Public Health. And of course, we did that together with the ministry. Miguel Esqueta is here with us, and he reminds me of that. And at that point, the government was concerned. The concern was that we wanted to provide the best, most transparent, real-time information for citizens at a time of uncertainty. And that interconnection created on Sunday the 15th, 2020, between private labs and the Ministry of Public Health, which had a sanitary vigilance system, allowed Uruguay to show positive tests at the end of the day. That information transparency was also included in the information regarding the availability of beds in hospitals. And then this continued growing, and this became an app for daily consult. And this was a connection that we had between what was happening in the government. I would say that each and every one of you surely access this app every single day, more than once a day. We also developed contact tracing systems. We also developed a system for you to see whether you had to get your COVID tests. We also work with the SINAE and the Ministry of Public Health and the National Statistics Institutes to create a monitor. And this monitor was also reflected in the app. And this was the epidemiology risk monitor. And Agesic also participated in the creation of that monitor. And from that March the 13th onwards, something happened in Uruguay that changed everything for us, because we needed the government and the states to be present. But we were not working face-to-face. So how could we move forward as a country with all the challenges that entails without having public officials working face-to-face with us? We know that remote work is something that we all know about, but the state doesn't normally use it because it had very rigid rules. We had a sanitary emergency law that allowed for flexibility on our work, but from the beginning, Agesic was working with the civil service agency, sharing in different good practices for remote work. We bought different supplies. We provided advice to other government agencies to manage remote work because we had the know-how for that. And in spite of that, we also did more normal things, between inverted commas. And I see over here the General Attorney Gomez, who reminds me that we also had a work that we conducted in the area of justice to keep and conserve tests at a digital level. We also approved the digital government agenda for 2025. We also approved the plan for digital government as well. We worked with many organizations supporting and incentivizing the use of digital signatures. In Uruguay, as a matter of fact, it is as valid as your written signature. And throughout the pandemic, the way for us to have remote offices opened safely is by having digital signatures. And as a matter of fact, we became the first country to sign an agreement with the Argentinian Republic for cross-border signatures, which meant that digital signatures issued in Uruguay are valid in Argentina and vice versa. And Agesic helped that become a reality. And this year, Agesic will be in Peru this year, when a public unique list for the region will try to create a digital signature for the entirety of Latin America. And that means that Uruguay is pulling its weight so that this region can continue moving forward digitally. We also created a safe environment for data analysis in record time. Do you remember that we had an honorary advisory scientific group, the GACH? I think that was one of the biggest ideas that the president had. I remember Eliseo actually presented that idea as well. And we created that safe environment for data analysis because what this group needed was to have data as information, data as assets, data that would enable decision-making processes, data that would enable us to control the pandemic. And then also, when work was scarce, Agesic was present as well, together with the Board of Mayors, together with the OPP and with other government agencies. We created a program called Work Opportunities that provided work positions transparently and safe through a tool that Agesic provided. But remember, I began this presentation mentioning a couple of phrases and acronyms that we would most likely be talking about if these 2 years had not gone by. But all those things together humanized technology to provide public high-quality services, which is, at the end of the day, what we do, what the state does, and what specifically we do with technology as a tool. So we created the coronavirus UI platform. We created an app as well. We provided a way to monitor and track cases. We also provided online health declarations, sanitary passports. But I think the most stressing thing for us, I must confess, and I'm sure that you have suffered this as well, was undoubtedly the vaccine agenda or calendar. Uruguay, when everyone wanted a vaccine, managed to get a batch of vaccines for all citizens through a multi-platform. Initially, and given the tools that the ministry had, and because vaccines were scarce, the government decided to vaccine doctors. The vaccination was not open to all the citizens, but then we opened it to all the citizens, and Agesic worked with the private sector to get 8 million Uruguayans vaccinated duly. And again, technology made this pandemic democratic. Any person in their computer or their phone could register to get the vaccine, and they could do that just as any other Uruguayan citizen could, or even any tourist could. So this brought about transparency and traceability, and that is important for us. And these are some of the most important figures that we need to think about. We recorded 7 million vaccination requests. 7 million.
with a peak of over 600,000 requests in one day. We registered 11 million visits to the site Uruguay Vaccinates, with a peak of 600,000 in March 2021, and the application had approximately 2 million downloads. These are some figures that when you show them today, looking backwards, it seems crazy what these guys have done to be able to support so much load for a country like ours. We were the first country in Latin America, and I see Thomas Pospisil right here in the audience, to get a COVID passport, because Uruguay, from the very beginning, when the vaccination agenda was developed together with the Ministry of Health, we started working in the information vaccination system. Back then, if you remember well, it was as important having that certificate in your phone as it was to have the vaccine itself, because you needed to name problems and people. It was not about just transversalizing the problematic. It was people with a name and a surname that needed a vaccination, that needed to prove that with a certificate. And be certain that out of 3 million certificates that were extended, approximately, let's assume that 2.8 million were okay and 200,000 were not, and those 200,000 had a name, and we got the requests with a full name. And back then, that was the biggest problem that that person could go through. And certainly anyone that works in Agesic remembers that. So after that, Uruguay evolved because borders began to open, and once that began to happen, Europe, the European Union, developed a green pass system that it was basically when you wanted to go, for example, to a restaurant or a public place, you were requested to be vaccinated. So the first country in Latin America to standardize that process for the European Union was Uruguay. And again, Agesic was there. So much so, and this is an anecdote that I would like to tell you, because a couple of days ago with one of the guys that works here with us, we were remembering this. Did you know that Uruguay collapsed WhatsApp? I know that it may seem almost like a strange honor, but yeah, Uruguay broke WhatsApp. In the previous stage, when we were generating the vaccination agenda, the one that supported actually 7 million requests, the best channel that we had, and we know that the best channels that we use here are mobile devices, we hired a chatbot service with a Mexican broker. And of course, chatbots, you know, WhatsApp, it's limited. We use it all day long. But well, it happened that around 11 or 12 at night, we were in this group that we had 300 people, and these were the 300 most capable people in Uruguay, professionals that could help with this. We were all in that call, and Gabriel, I see Gabriel laughing because it was just like that. And then at this point, WhatsApp collapsed. And we started thinking, okay, it's my connection that is wrong. No, well, try Wi-Fi. And then we realized that it was not the case, that it was actually the fact that it was broken. And we started talking about that. And nobody knew what was going on. You know, when you have a call on Zoom, I can't remember if it was Zoom or Teams, and we were just like looking at each other's faces, and nobody knew what was happening. And we had the 300 best, most qualified people in the country, and nobody knew what was going on with WhatsApp. So we found out around 2, 3 in the morning that that service had a limit of 50,000 people simultaneously trying to make a request for a vaccination appointment. And we managed to break WhatsApp. We ended up talking really late that morning with Meta, which is the company that owns WhatsApp and Facebook. And we had to explain that we were a country of 3 million people, which is just 2 large neighborhoods in a city like São Paulo. And we said, well, yeah, but we are a country and we need this to be fixed as soon as possible, which was done eventually. But this is one of the many anecdotes that the pandemic left us. Agesic was also there together with the Ministry of Public Health. working with vaccination efficacy, because the ministry was concerned to have a control in Uruguay of what was going on with the multi-platform, and that was also done by Agesic, making available a data lake at the Ministry of Public Health so that the ministry could use the data for later on communicate that to the citizenship. But where are we going? Because it was 2 years of the pandemic, and I'm sorry, I'm losing track of time. I could spend all day getting you bored about the things that we did during the pandemic, or maybe reminding you of some things that we may have forgotten. But the pandemic was a starting point that taught us a great deal. We learned how to work differently, much more transversalized. We learned how to work together with different bodies in the government, different ministries that began to request more things from Agesic. Perhaps at the beginning, or even all the way up to the 13th of March 2020, Agesic was the engine of digital transformation in Uruguay, and it was a bit resisted by some ministries because they could say, well, you know, I work with livestock, so I don't want to know about a comprehensive documentary integration. But we kept insisting, and what happened after that 13th of March of 2020 is that the ministries began to ask things from Agesic, and Agesic was there for them. So what did we learn? We learned a lot. That we need, first and foremost, more agile services and simpler services. We also need to work and invest in the relationship between the users and the government. Every single time that a user has a problem, they're having a problem with the state as a whole. They shouldn't be requested to identify which government body they're having that problem with. Is it JUNASA or is it DIGESA? What are these bodies? These are just acronyms, they are names. They're completely different, and they don't need to know that. It's the government, it's the state, the one that needs to improve those processes and that relationship to solve that problem. So as I was saying, simpler, faster services, and also interconnected services. Efficiency, simplicity in the paperwork they have to do, or in the problems that people need to overcome, which are the most common problems. We need to know that. Also, an inclusion to digital integration and security and confidence for digital transformation. It is pointless to have a state that will grant the tools if people cannot use them. The previous Monday, one of the guys that works with Virginia, he made a presentation on the last research about the usability of the different tools that the state gives to its citizens in Uruguay. And he gave an example that I thought was quite graphic, which was this. Think of when you're trying to do some paperwork for the tax revenue office, when money is important, and it's 10 o'clock, because that's the time that you have it, and you're sitting at home in your desk, and it's you and the computer, and you have no one else to ask, and perhaps you have a big money issue. So the lack of confidence in yourself and the lack of trust sometimes in the tool means that usability will decrease. And that someone might think, well, you know, perhaps tomorrow I'd rather go in person to the tax revenue office because I don't know how to do this by myself, let alone so late at night. So it is a huge concern for Agesic, and that is when we have the different bodies in the government that we need to be supported by, because we need to generate integration, digital integration and security and confidence for the digital transformation, or what we ultimately call digital skills or digital citizenship. As I was saying, and I want to go back to this democratizing concept, technology democratizes things. It allows anyone, anywhere to have access to all the services provided by the state through Agesic, but of course through many other platforms that are provided by the government. So I'm quite obsessed with this next point, which is proactive management and public innovation. There is an act, actually, that was passed a couple of years ago that says that the state should not ask for more information than it has. And well, time has gone by and we still keep going to places and you're asked to have a photocopy of your ID. But come on, you have it. You're the government, you're the state. You should have that. You shouldn't be asking me this. So we need to improve that interoperability, or how information is requested every single time that a person wants to do some paperwork with the government. And also we're talking about proactive management, because we shouldn't ask, or we shouldn't wait until someone has a problem and they go make a complaint. We have the information, we have the data, so we should build transactional tools to begin with, and then we should move on to proactive tools. So we know that these people are likely to have this kind of problem at this time of their lives with this body. So that's what we should do. That's the direction in which we should go. And then government as a platform, what does that mean? Because we provide our citizens with a lot of tools that are endogenous to the government for the public administration, but that could be perfectly used for private entities. For example, the demographic plotting at a national scale. We're working together with the National Statistics Institute. And we have like that so many other examples that the state can allow private bodies to have access to this information for all these things to improve the services that we provide. And just last night, as Miguel de Unamuno was saying, you know, a state that doesn't help is useless, and we need to serve our communities. We need to be useful for our communities. Digital transformation in Uruguay is not new. It began in the late 90s, and then it became an office that depended on the Budget and Planning Office that was represented here in Uruguay and abroad. And thanks to that work that was consolidated with the creation of Agesic, which, by the way, is turning 15 years old this year, is that Uruguay has managed to get these indicators that we see on the slide. So we are top 1 in Latin America in digital government for the 8th year in a row, according to the latest report conducted by the United Nations on the 28th of September in the city of New York. And actually we have Vincenzo Cuaro here, and he is head of the UN's digital government, and he will be presenting a bit about this charter that again positions us as at the forefront in the region as a country, and needless to say in the world. As a matter of fact, we were the first Latin American country to integrate digital nations, which is the group of the best countries in terms of digital transformation around the world, which we share with Estonia, Canada, and Korea, who will also be saying a few words in a few minutes. We are 5th in the Americas in global cybersecurity. We are 1st in Latin America in the Open Data Barometer. We are also members of RegGelc and members of OGP. So we will be presiding ILAC as of November for 2 years, and also OGP. So all of these things that I've told you about is done with them and with them. Every time that a body, a ministry or a public office in Uruguay requires or needs digital transformation, these people will be there. Every single time that someone has an idea that could result in making something more efficient or improving the quality of the services that we give our citizens, they will be there. Every single time that a disruptive idea, and I see Diego Silva here, every single time that someone has a disruptive idea and they want to make that happen using technology, they will be there. They were there when the pandemic had to be managed, and trust me that they were all really tired. Those faces that you see on the screen, probably more than me. And they will be there, and they will still be there, because for Uruguay, digital transformation is a state policy. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Ever.
Thank you, Howard. We will now do 2 things. First of all, we will begin with a coffee break in a couple of minutes. But prior to that, we want to see the Agesic video whenever you are ready for it. As of 1990, with the beginning of the digitalization of organizations, The multiple governmental initiatives went hand in hand with the advancement of information technologies and their growing impact on the life of people. From its creation in 2007, Agesic has led the development of the digital policy of the country, promoting the integration at the digital level of organizations to promote a quality improvement in the service of public administration and improve the access to them by citizens, fostering transformations that nowadays put Uruguay at the forefront of the region and the world in digital government. Today, our challenge comprises leading this digital transformation to the next level, taking the accomplishments, learning experiences, and learnings throughout the pandemic as a way to advance and provide new services. We want more simple, agile services. We have the mobile strategy, mobile first, the government app. We also provide personalized information and services, digital public registries, simplifications for entrepreneurs, and hyper-connected services, inclusion and digital integration, national strategy for digital citizenship, accessibility in digital environments, transparency in digital citizen participation, digital health, proactive management and public innovation, national strategy and AI observatory, proactive services, strategy and government governance for data, emergent technologies, security and trust for digital transformation, national digital identity and cross-border signature, national framework for cybersecurity, fostering the detection and prevention of incidents, raising awareness and development in matters of cybersecurity, government with platforms for the public and private sector, cloud strategy for public administration, optimizing interoperability of service and data, management and digital openings. And while we face many challenges for the future, we continue working in cooperation with the public sector and the private sector so that our administration is more transparent, efficient, and participatory. That reflects the well-being and the quality of life of people. So as users, surely we will be enjoying all those achievements. After the coffee break, we will be joining in multiple international experts from Korea, Canada, Estonia, and this will be talk in English. So for those of you who want to listen to it in Spanish, you can ask for the interpreting system. I will see you in a couple of minutes. And remember, right now, you will be able to enjoy some of the actions carried out by the Agesic team with virtual reality. So just go through the stand and discover that yourself. See you in a couple of minutes.
Ya estamos listos.
We are now ready to begin with our activities after this brief break. As I was telling you before, we will now have international presenters. We will have a panel on digital government. It will be moderated by Evento, the director of Agesic. We also want to welcome the presenters joining us today. We have Sunju Son, director of the Cooperation Division of Digital Government of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea, Lucas Ilves, the Subsecretary of Digital Transformation of the Government of the Republic of Estonia, and Pascal Elvis, Executive Director of Strategies of the Office of the Information Director, as the Secretariat of the Board of Treasury of the Government of Canada. They will be speaking in alphabetical order, so we will have Canada, Estonia, and the Republic of Korea. Thank you, Rafael, for that introduction. I just spoke to Maria Pia and Cecilia during the coffee break, and they pulled my ears about something because during my presentation I never mentioned Salud Uruguay. And obviously part of the digital transformation in health has at the forefront of its progress the program Salud Uruguay, and I am so sorry. I had thought about mentioning them and I forgot, so I wanted to mention the collaborators of Salud Uruguay. Now, just to make this presentation a bit more dynamic, I will be speaking in English because if not, we will have a delay. So if you need to hear this presentation in Spanish, it will be available for you because all the presentations will take place in English and we have simultaneous interpreting available.
Thank you for the introduction and welcome to the people that are with us today. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for Korea. It's an honor to have you virtually today, and this panel seek to share the experience of each country regarding the priority lines of action within the framework of its current digital policy, its main achievements, and the main challenges projected in the short and medium term that will allow it to continue advancing and consolidating its digital transformation processes. So let's begin with Canada. Canada, please.
Hi, can you hear me okay? I'm just doing a quick sound check. I'm going to get started. I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Pascal Elvis. I am the Executive Director of Strategy for the Office of the Government of Canada Chief Information Officer. So our organization is responsible for setting government-wide direction when it comes to digital, security, cyber, open government, data, etc. So I'll talk a little bit about that today and happy to answer any questions. Our department released what we call Canada's Digital Ambition back in August, so just a few months ago. And it is a document that under our policy on service and digital sets a 3-year planning horizon for all departments and agencies in the Government of Canada. So these are departments that are responsible for delivering client-facing services in areas like immigration, defense, employment benefits, and etc. The ambition is based on 4 pillars. So I'll talk a little bit about them in detail. The first one is around excellence in technology and operations. And so this is a recognition that you can't just digitize or digitalize a service. You need to really reimagine the business process that underpins it. So for example, here in Canada, we have a benefit called employment insurance. If folks lose their jobs, they can apply to have income support on a temporary basis while they're finding work. If that application form is 30 pages long, written in legal jargon, difficult to understand and navigate. Putting it online as a printable PDF doesn't amount to a digital service offering. So what we're really encouraging departments to do is to really look at the business process that underpins their benefits delivery and their service delivery to Canadians, and to ensure that those processes are supportive of government in a digital age. The second pillar of our digital ambition is around data. And so I think organizations around the globe are recognizing more and more the value of data as a strategic business asset. So if you think about data, it's not just about zeros and ones. It's not just about demographic information. It provides really valuable business intelligence on where services need to be improved. So for example, you can look at user acceptance rates for a new online service and see how many people are actually using the service. You can look at places in the service where people drop off because the process is too complicated or difficult to navigate. And you can also use data for service innovation. So for example, our Employment and Social Development Department has actually used data to auto-enroll people for the benefits that they're entitled to when they turn 65. So the potential of data in the internet era to improve service delivery is enormous, and we're really pushing departments to think about data and reference data architecture and how they design and deliver their services. The third pillar of our ambition is around action-ready strategy and policy. So this is, again, recognizing that the policy environment has to be able to underpin digital service delivery, whether it's things like allowing for wet signatures, allowing for agile budgeting, product management, some of the new disciplines, open data. The policy environment has to enable the right outcomes. And so we're really looking at that lens when we look at reducing red tape, in streamlining policy requirements, and in looking at how we allocate funding and prioritize work. Finally, the last pillar is around talent. So our current government and the Government of Canada has 777 priorities. They range from reconciliation with Indigenous folks to climate change to supporting Ukraine. And all of those priorities are enabled by digital. And yet, out of about 20,000 positions, we have about a third of those positions that are vacant in the digital space in Canada. So we're really looking at how we can use the post-pandemic environment to start thinking about talent differently. We've been able to change the way that we work to enable hybrid work, distributed work across the country. So we're really looking at how we can now start to recruit from a national bench some of those talent pockets that have remained untapped across our country, and also looking at how we can innovate in the HR space to allow things like interchange, so people who want to come in from the private sector for a short-term tour of duty. They may not want to live a career in government, but they might be interested in mission-driven work or serving their country for a short period of time. And we're also looking at redesigning our HR processes to support digital delivery. So things like looking at our classification regimes and our work descriptions to allow multidisciplinary teams or new vocational streams like service design or agile development, so that we're making sure that we really have the right talent at the right place at the right time to really be able to deliver. And, to avoid taking too much time, I just want to finish by saying that all of our ministers who head up our government departments have mandate commitments. So these are commitments that are written into their letters when they are appointed as cabinet ministers. And our minister here at the Treasury Department has two commitments on digital. And one is around looking at digital credentials and digital ID, and making sure that we are really enabling online service delivery from being able to authenticate that our users are who they say they are when they're accessing a service, and they don't have to mail in paper documents to complete a process that's supposed to be digital first. And we also have a commitment around open data, because open government and transparency is something that we hold very dear here in Canada. So I'll pause there, and thanks again for having me.
Thank you, Pascal. It was very, very interesting what you said here. And now it's the time of Estonia. Lucas, the stage is yours. So please, welcome.
Buenos días a todos. Gracias por invitarme. So I maybe want to talk about two things. One is sort of how we are thinking about user centricity. And the second that I want to talk about is how we're thinking about our software and where it comes from. So we all have the same problem. We're monopolists. With some exceptions, and our e-residency program maybe is the unusual exception, we don't generally compete for our customers. And that means we don't have the inherent pressures that force us to count and fight for every user and their satisfaction. And so the result in Estonia is that everything is digital. I mean, it's been digitized for a very long time. We have several thousand services. There's nothing that isn't digital. But that doesn't mean that in any way that these services correspond to the expectations that our users have, because, of course, they're used to experiencing very well-designed services, whether they're from Facebook or Google, or also the things that are done by the local banks or the local telcos who are fighting tooth and nail for their customers. And so the challenge we have is how do we bring this user-centric, customer-centric, pick your favorite word there, thinking into the public sector and the way of thinking about services. And a lot of that's cultural, but there are a couple of sort of specific concepts we're using to drive that. And these are phrases that I think are now quite common among digital leaders: proactive services and event-based services. So the idea, of course, of proactive services that you go to the user when they become entitled to a service without their having to take an action, and event-based services are around life events. And I won't necessarily dwell too much on what exactly we're doing. We have a roadmap, for example, for event-based services where we have figured out about 12 life events, where the goal within the next 3 years is to have all these life event services figured out. But the muscle that's training us to develop in government, which is ultimately one of product management. I mean, the idea is that we look at a life event, for instance, as a single product or a complex service. And it doesn't matter if the various components of that are provided by 3 or 4 different agencies. We bring them all together around the table, and we look at how the data and the user experience can flow seamlessly across those agencies. And the goal ultimately for us is to increase user satisfaction with services. So we've set the goal that by the end of our current digital society strategy in 2030, we have 90% user satisfaction for all of our digital services. Now that's a very hard goal to achieve. I mean, even in the private sector, 90% satisfaction is quite unusual. And we're still working on all the methodologies we use. One of the interesting conversations I had not so long ago with a former government CIO from another digital leader is he said to me, you know, that's a bad idea measuring user satisfaction, because there are some services that your users aren't going to be happy with. For instance, people don't like paying their taxes. And my answer was, you know, actually our tax authority has a user satisfaction rating of 92%. And the reason is because everything is pretty much automated in the background. And most users, when they actually go to pay their taxes, they get a tax refund. And so, in effect, they view the service they actually interact with as something that's giving them money, not something that they're actually paying for. But so the issue with all of this is, as we're thinking about user centricity, and effectively we're layering more layers of good product management and bringing business closer to technology, is what do we actually do with the underlying technology component? Do we continue to provide that in the same way that government has been doing technology for decades, which is to say big procurements, unique systems bespoke to each country, built where they are, And that, of course, is not cost-effective. It's not sustainable. So there are two things I think that we're fundamentally looking at to change the cost basis and the cooperation model. The first of those is around cloud. You know, governments, I think, have been collectively embarrassingly slow at moving to public cloud. We started talking about this 10 years ago. I think really only at the time one government actually did it. That was the UK. The rest of us talked about it but didn't do it. So we, I think, finally are doing that. And one of the things that has really forced us to reevaluate things is what we've seen in the war in Ukraine in this past year. And because Ukraine is a situation where they had the usual thinking around data sovereignty, which is to say, data is safe when it's held in my territory. And then on the 24th of February, they were suddenly in a situation where actually the safest thing they could do with their data and services is to have them operating from outside of their territory, because of course they were suddenly in a state of war. And while hopefully Uruguay, like Estonia, won't be facing quite the security environment that Ukraine has, you know, there are all sorts of reasons why, from a resilience standpoint, it makes sense not just to have your data and your services on your own territory. And so we are very actively looking at how public cloud actually gives us more resilience, and through that more security than private cloud does. The other element of collaborative models, and cloud is great because ultimately what that lets us do is it lets us bring in software as a service offerings. And the point isn't just, is the data in one place or another, who's operating it? It's that when you consume software as a service, you're actually changing the business model. You're giving the complexity of running the business and adapting things to someone who's specialized in that. So a random example, if you use Slack, it's not just that you're replacing email and messaging with Slack, it's that you actually have a company who has a design team focused on what does good internal communications look like in the digital era, thinking about that and building that product. But to do that, you have to be able to consume software as a service and consume public cloud services in a way that we can't today necessarily. And the other bit of this it relates to the things that we aren't going to consume as cloud services. The core parts of our infrastructure, how we build our services, our interoperability, our registers. And here, what we've been doing for years, and where I think we are really looking forward to work with everyone from Canada to South Korea to Uruguay, is to build technology components together. The phrase that's used for this is digital public goods. There are other phrases. We've experimented with this with Finland and Iceland. Together we procure the code for the X-Road, which we then make open source and we share across the world, including to many countries in Latin America. But there are many, many other software components, from identity to, for instance, and this is something that Uruguay has done incredibly well, procurement markets. I mean, you have this fantastic e-procurement portal for government, which when Herbert was in Tallinn about a month ago and he showed it to me, my jaw dropped, and I want to copy it. And so this is exactly what we need to be doing. And Estonia's commitment isn't just to make our code available. We're making our government AI available. We've made the X-Road available. It's also to reuse the things that others have done. So for instance, right now we're working with Ukraine's digital government agency to see if we can copy DIA, which is their amazing mobile-first government app, into the Estonian ecosystem. And there's a cool story there because the back end is based on X-Road, based on the identity framework we have in Estonia. So in essence, the story we have is that some years ago, Ukraine started to copy some of our underlying infrastructure approach and some of our tools and code, and they built an amazing application on top that we can bring back into our ecosystem. And this is the kind of sharing that I think we should have more of, where we share back and forth, and ultimately we build together, we put our resources together, and for the things that we don't consume as cloud services, we ultimately have a shared cost basis, shared product development, and better digital government all over. So I look forward not just to sharing with you, but to brazenly and unashamedly copying what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. We have the pleasure to have been there, Lucas, a couple of months ago. So it's a pleasure to have you here in Uruguay, at least virtually. And let me add you, I think the world suffered two big changes in these couple of years. I mean, first of all, the COVID pandemic, and then the war that you mentioned. So these two changes impacts directly in the digital transformation. And I think this is a challenge for us, for our agencies. So this is the time for Korea. Sung-Yu, please, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Sung-Ju Son, Director of Digital Government Cooperation Division of the Ministry of the Internet Safety of the Republic of Korea. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce what the Korea recently achieved and what challenge we are facing. Next, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. As the first achievement, I would like to introduce Korea's decentralized digital ID initiative. The Korean government is developing the national digital ID stored in each student's smart device, which is valid both online and offline. We have established an incremental roadmap for it, and we are implementing step by step, as you can see on this slide. In 2020, as a pilot project, we developed public officer ID for all central government ministries and agencies. We verified the service concept and identified technical issues such as device compatibility, and the design of the mobile app was improved continuously during the project to provide better user experience. Developing mobile driver's license is the first and current stage of the initiative. We launched the service nationwidely in July, and the most challenging part in this stage was demanding legal systems to integrate offline-based identity proofing processes with the issuing process of the digital centralized ID. In addition, we concentrated our effort to enhance the security and privacy protection level of the services. The second stage of this initiative will be developing decentralized welfare card for the disabled. At this stage, we'll focus on digital inclusion. The third and the last stage is providing digital ID for every resident in our country. So to maximize the potential of the decentralized digital ID, the Korean government is planning to collaborate with the private sector and nurture digital service ecosystem for the better interoperability and usability. I think building trust and ensuring data portability will be the main challenges. Next slide, please. The next three examples introduce what Korean government has done for better public service delivery. You will find out that all these examples are about public-private partnership, and that is the main instrument to improve digital services in Korea. The face mask inventory apps were developed in the early stage of COVID-19 outbreak when citizens suffer from shortage of face masks. The Korean government provided datasets and open APIs to facilitate the development of applications to inform citizens of where to buy face masks. 110 mobile apps and 72 websites were developed within a month, and sell-through rate of face masks increased from 40% to 94%. This case shows the power of civic hackers and importance of open data. Some services can be developed by citizens themselves. Next slide, please. COVID-19 relief fund distribution is another case of private-public collaboration. Korean government set up a new information system that processed 21 million households within a month. This system and data of central government linked to credit card company systems and local government systems to provide simple and convenient online offline services for applying, approval, and providing subsidies. The central government provided the back end of the service, and the front end was implemented by banks, credit card companies, and local government. The project could not be possible without the help of well-organized government data, silo-free pan-government data sharing, and collaborative data governance, and integrated data platforms and infrastructures. However, this project was possible because of special occasion of COVID-19. The existing procurement procedures and regulations actually are not suitable for this kind of urgent and unpredictable projects. Resolving these issues would be a big and long-term challenge. Next slide, please. And the Korean government launched virtual assistant for the public in March 2021. Personalized notification and consulting services can be delivered through famous private sector apps such as internet messengers, bank apps, and commercial super apps. Through the collaboration with the private sector, the government provides better user experience as each citizen can choose its own app for one-on-one communication with the government. The number of users was skyrocketed in a short time period as this service was used to inform citizens of COVID-19 vaccination schedule. Currently, this service has more than 14 million registered users. People can receive 23 types of personalized notification, including regular health checkup reminder, due date of driver's license renewal, and custom clearance status of overseas purchase. This service will be improved continuously to provide more types of services through more diverse channels. Managing the delivery channels will be the future challenge. The government should maintain people's trust on this service by ensuring people's privacy and security during the delegated service delivery. Next slide, please. That's all I have today. I hope today's presentation to be useful for you. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Sang-Yu, and I'm going to tell you that Korea is going to be the host of Digital Nations on the next November of this year. Now, we know that leading public policy of digital transformation implies recognizing the ecosystem around this transformation and requires developing instruments such as digital agendas or digital plans that guided by integrated multiple visions. So let me ask you a couple of questions. What instruments have you developed in each of your countries to implement digital transformation as a transversal policy for all public sector organizations? What aspects can you highlight about the pillars that it integrates or the mechanisms that you use to achieve its effective progress? Please, Canada, if you would like to answer.
Sure, happy to. And I think I talked about this a little bit in my presentation, but here in Canada, we drive policy direction from the center of government. And so at the Treasury Department, we are responsible for setting the 3-year planning and policy horizon for service, information, data, IM, and cyber security. And so the digital ambition, as I said, is focused on the 4 pillars: excellence in technology and operations, action-ready policy, talent and data. And so it provides that overarching framework for Government of Canada departments to plan their own digital transformation initiatives in line with the delivery of their core mandate and their operations. So departments need to develop their own integrated plans. They also use the digital ambition to prioritize their digital investments. So our department is responsible for expenditure oversight, and so we monitor approximately 4,400 digital investments across the Government of Canada. We have a commitment here under our policy on service and digital to update this digital ambition on an annual basis. And typically those annual updates are sort of surgical amendments that allow various areas of focus. So data, as an example, is an emerging priority. But generally speaking, we try to maintain a certain degree of consistency so that the digital ambition can serve as a North Star for our departments in terms of their medium and longer term efforts. I would also just add, given the mention of an ecosystem approach, this is something that we very much have been working towards in the Government of Canada, I would say for at least the last 10 years. And so back in 2011, the Government of Canada created a dedicated IT organization called Shared Services Canada to run IT infrastructure services for the whole of government. So primarily focused on email data centers and networks, and now cloud. But I think that was the first recognition that IT needed to be really prioritized in terms of a core enabler for service delivery. And then in 2017, I had the opportunity to work as a founder and senior director of the Canadian Digital Service. And so we created this digital delivery organization to help provide hands-on delivery support to departments. And now as the team has grown and scaled, they're really focused on platform services, which my colleague from Korea alluded to, around notifications, payments, forms, etc. And then we also have, as part of our Canada School of Public Service, a digital academy that is focused on reskilling public servants and helping them to develop the skills and capacities that they need for delivering government services in the digital age. So again, we have the enabling policy environment, but we also have an ecosystem of actors leaning in to help accelerate digital here in Canada.
Thanks again, Pascal. Now if you want to add something, Estonia or Canada, be free.
Yeah, I mean, in many ways, I'd give the same answer, right? Transfer, sort of strategies in every department reviewed and led by us, some amount of control around the finances and the spending, shared services, shared platforms, focusing on the skills. I think that's sort of the general mix. I think what we have gone through a lot right now is that we've been doing some form of that for quite a while, but we also find that some things work and some things don't work well. So for instance, one of the lessons we've learned around spend controls is that we actually got too granular and too detailed in the spend controls, getting into sort of the specifics of a project, and it ended up we ended up micromanaging and taking away the delivery responsibility from departments, where we ended up having a situation where the big projects have a project budget and an IT budget. And we would get the IT budget and have some sort of responsibility almost politically for the IT part of the project, and the department would look at us if things didn't go right. And so we're actually, in a way, looking at taking some of that responsibility and pushing it back to the departments. But I think it's very clear that's the framework you have to work in, and then there's a lot of adjustment you have to do to make sure things sort of really work out right. And the difficulty, the dilemma we face is we want digital to be a support function, where ultimately it's the policy aims of every department and every body that is driving what we're doing. And then we get frustrated because we see that some department somewhere isn't taking advantage of the platforms we offer, the data they have. Their thinking is stuck in 5 or 10 years ago, and it's figuring out the constructive ways to engage and to create the pressure that they do the right job without jumping back in and micromanaging. And that's sort of the daily, the hard part of our work, and sort of the daily back and forth I have with my team to build the model where we're doing the right kind of leadership and we're not giving up the mandates we have, but we're also not taking away responsibility from the individual departments.
Thanks, Lucas. Sangyu, would you like to add something?
Thank you.
Okay.
I agree with you too, and also but for Korea, I especially emphasize that Korean approach is based on very basic approach, which is legal system. So Korean government's approach is based on rule of law and making the light legislation and regulations. So, for example, the Korean Republic of Korea enacted the E-Government Act in 2001, and the E-Government Act included all essential matters regarding whole of government approach at that time. So this, for example, this act imposed mandatory duties on every government agencies to actively respond to digital transformation and designate the competent authority, which is my ministry, that operates and manages standards, regulations, and common components of digital government, and also led other government agencies to comply with what the competent authority established. And also, in order to strengthen enforcing mechanism, we established necessary regulations and standards by setting government-wide strategies with and implementation plans. But most of all, a high-level committee chaired by the president was established to check the progress of digital transformation initiatives and encourage participation of all government entities. It played a very important role for a policy-making mechanism. And such efforts were applied to the performance evaluation of each government agency to give incentive or penalty accordingly, while forcing this agency to comply with the relevant laws and regulations through the national audit system as well. Thank you.
Thanks. You know, Lucas, Sangyu, and Pascal is here with us, Vincenzo Acquaro from UNDISA. And we were talking about digital inclusion strategies. So I would like to ask you the last question about it. What digital inclusion strategies are being developed, and what are the main aspects addresses in each of your countries? Who want to begin? Maybe Canada again?
I feel bad. I get to go first every time.
Yeah. You have the one.
Yeah, I mean, inclusion is a core Canadian value. We are very well aware that we, built this country on the shoulders of giants, that diversity is our strength, that most of our demographic growth is from immigration. And so I think inclusion is an area where Canada strives to be a world leader and a thought leader. So in Canada, part of our policy framework includes Canada's digital standards. You can find them online if you're interested. But one of the standards really pushes us to be inclusive and client-centric in our design. And so for us here in Canada, inclusive means considering a broad range of factors, things like access, equity, inclusion, accessibility, neurodiversity, security, privacy, choice of official language. We have 2 official languages here in Canada, so any service that we deliver needs to be accessible in the same quality at the same time in both official languages, although many of our jurisdictions are now expanding their services to 5 or 6 languages given how much immigration we have here in Canada. And we're also looking at other means to be more inclusive. So for example, we have an IT apprenticeship program for Indigenous people, which really looks at traditional barriers to recruiting First Nations, Inuit, Métis people into the Government of Canada and removing some of those systemic barriers. We've also looked at our practices with regard to the collection, use, and display of sex and gender information to ensure that when we are collecting, using, or displaying on foundational identity documents, sex or gender information, that we're inclusive of gender diversity. And so this is something that is really embedded in the design of our services. We try to think about inclusion by design. But given the makeup of Canadian society, I think it's an area that's ever evolving and where we always strive to be better.
Thank you. And Lucas or Sangyu, would you like to say something?
Sangyu, would you like to go before me this time?
Sure, no problem. Yeah. Again, I would like to start with legal system. So, in Korea, with various laws, the Korean government has made it digital inclusion mandatory. For example, we have the E-Government Act again, and the Framework Act on National Informatization, and also we have Act on the Prohibition of Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities. Those laws state mandatory obligation to ensure equal connectivity and accessibility public services for everyone. A little bit different way, but they have all the same statement. So in line with such laws and other efforts, we announced the Digital Inclusion Promotion Plan in 2020. That plan includes nationwide digital literacy and capacity development program, and public service design principles considering vulnerable social groups, and ensuring network connectivity initiative, and adopting new technologies like artificial intelligence to provide more accessible services for vulnerable social groups. And also supporting startups with digital inclusion solutions, and also supporting relevant civic groups to develop self-sustainable industrial ecosystem. And also these initiatives are all included in the digital strategies of the Republic of Korea, which is announced newly in September 2022, under the title of Inclusive Digital Society as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to maybe add two considerations. The first is that we've had our fair share of failures, for instance, around accessibility and designing for services. And one of the things that I'm trying to sort of bring into the process is that we don't have a separate process for inclusivity and accessibility when we talk about services, but it's a core part of how we do our design and user testing. So basically, if you're user-centric, that means you have to test for all users. And so things like, again, not having properly deployed accessibility should not be something that emerges out of a proper service design process. It should just be built into that process, so you can't have a service that doesn't meet some of those standards. The other thing, though, is to reflect on the parts of the population who are not going to use your digital services. There will always, no matter how digital by default you are, the percentage, I mean, first of all, there's some people whose disabilities are just so severe that it's not practical. There are people who, will refuse to use them or who can't be trained. And one of the things that's sort of having very high uptake of the digital service you have and having well-developed services, you actually free up resources to provide more personalized service for the small portion of the population that's left that doesn't use the digital channels. So one of the things we found is that as we automate more, our caseworkers go from, for instance, in agencies, handling 20 cases a day that are fairly kind of, it may have been digital, but they were still kind of doing fairly simple kind of checking of numbers, checking of facts, to handling 2 cases a day, but then dealing with the difficult edge cases, being able to provide personalized services, a lot more, we've developed more capability to go face-to-face into rural areas, sit down with people for hours at a time, consult them with providing services or consuming government services for those for whom that's really a challenge for one reason or another to do so through virtual channels. So I think that it's worth viewing our digital tools. One thing is asking how accessible are they, but also how do they contribute to accessibility as a whole, where the accessibility work may actually not be directly digital.
Well, thank you, Lucas. They are representatives of 3 of the best countries in digital transformation in the world, with Uruguay, of course. And thank you again for being with us today. It's very important to us to count on you. And as a country of digital nations, we will work together for a better for more and better digital transformation. So thank you for your time. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Miami.
Thank you very much, and have a good discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Muy bien, excelente.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you to Pauas. If you were so kind, please stay with us, because we will now have the pleasure of presenting Vincenzo Acquaro, who in this case will be presenting something for us. He's the head of digital government, of economic and social matters, the UNDISA. And he will be presenting the results of the Global Index of Digital Government 2022 of the United Nations. So let us welcome Vincenzo Acquaro now.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me really say, on behalf of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations and on myself, it's a great pleasure and honor to come back to Uruguay, and I am very thankful to Agesic and to his Executive Director, Herbert Paugas, for invitation. Thanks a lot. I'm also found very, very interesting the panel discussion with these 4 countries, because Uruguay is part of that, of digital nations. And I have to say that some key areas were already covered by the speakers. So in my presentation, I will introduce some key findings and insights of the 2022 e-government survey. We launched on the 28th of September during the General Assembly, but I also want to, again, thanks Agesic, because he's going to translate in Spanish. And I do believe that having in Spanish this report will be very useful for many countries in Latin America. So thanks also for that. So let's start. As you know, the e-government survey is the flagship publication of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs. We are here at the 12th, we are launching the 12th edition. We started in 2001 as a pilot, and we published every 2 years. And still, this is the only report in the world that assesses all member states of United Nations, so 193 countries. And during the time, we are talking about 20 years, this document, this report that started as a technical document is now more as a policy recommendation document for member states. Of course, as you know, we also measure the digital development through ranking and rating. I will come back more on this. This is important because, as you know, while the methodology as a principle and as a core is not changed, but you know, technologies evolves and evolves at a speed that is much more than you know, the capacity really to quickly implement. And it's important also that the tool that we use to measure evolves. So every 2 years we update the methodology, and this process is based on a consultation with experts through expert group meetings, an open consultation with government, with academia, and with the civil society. And we try to keep somehow when we change, we introduce changes that will not really drastically affect the methodology in order to maintain the historical pattern. At the same time, these changes make some difficulty to compare, especially for countries that are very close in the ranking and in the classes. So let me show you which changes we have done for 2022, because this is we did some big improvement. So the online service index, that is OSI, has been refined. We added more questions. We had 118 questions for 2022, but also we categorize in 5 groups. We will, there will be a slide on this. Also, we have strengthening the e-participation index. When we prepared the survey, also we use another tool that is member state questionnaire that we send directly to the governments. We also improved and we increased the number of questions that we ask to member states. We use this tool more for quality check and to really validate the assessment that we do. In 2018 also, we started to assess municipalities. For 2022, we try to assess 193 municipalities, so the largest city for each country, but in reality, only 147, I think, or 43, now I don't remember exactly, they do have a local portal, so we assessed that. And then, because we received very good suggestions, recommendations on how to move forward. But one of the big challenges we have is that our report have to cover 193 countries. So some good suggestions could not be applied for all. So we started some pilot initiatives for using new methodology or for some countries in order to test new indices and tools. So this is about the changes that we have introduced on the online service index methodology. As you can see, for the first time, we have identified 5 categories. We have the institutional framework, the technical or technology part, the content provision, the service provision, and the e-participation. This is because one of the recommendation that we received during the expert group meeting was to align as much as possible the OSI methodology with the LOSI, that is the local online service methodology, that already had 4 of these categories, and then also to start looking at the OSI as a composite indicator, so in the future we can assess some of those also in a different way. So this is one big change, and if you see, we also have introduced some weights. So institutional framework 10%, technology 5, content provision 5, service provision 45, e-participation 35. If you see, 90% or 80% is about service provision and e-participation, and 10% is about institutional framework. This is also because we believe that these are the key area in which we'll have to look more and in which the government need to implement more. But of course, this kind of improvement also affect the ranking and the rating. So especially for OSI, it's really not suggested to compare with the 2020, because some misunderstanding of misleading issues can come. It's really more important to look at the result per se. And of course, we also have stressed more the question about inclusion. We will talk more about inclusion. I'm happy that the colleague from Canada was already saying inclusion by design. That is one of our motto also for the 2022 e-government survey. So let's start with some findings. First, global trends at a glance. So the e-government development has improved between 2020 and 2022. We have a global average of the GDI. GDI is the e-government development index that rose from 0.59, it was about 0.6 to 0.610. And we have now 133 member states, about 70%, that are in the group of very high GDI. and 73 countries that are in the group of high. So this is an increase of 5% overall from 2020. Just to give you, for the one that is not familiar, about the methodology also, the index that we call a GDI is also organized and divided in 4 main groups: very high, high, middle, and low. And then within these groups also, is divided in 4 rating classes. So we have 12 rating classes. This is important to understand, because we introduced the rating in 2020 because all the countries that have the same rating in our methodology have the same level of development. So it's much more important to look at the rating rather than the ranking for the countries that are in the same group, because 0.1, 0.2 make really not big difference when we assess the country. So rating is important to understand the level of digital development for a country. And so the trends is that we have 7 countries that have a low AGDI level. In 2020 we had 8 countries. But if you see, most of them, 6 of them are from Africa, and there is one from Americas that is Haiti. And so we see a trend that for the last 8 years, just increasing number of countries then are improving on digital government. This is a good news. And you can see here the upward movement from based on our assessment. These are the countries that move from one group to another. And we have 2 countries that move from low to middle group, 8 from middle to high, and 4 from high to very high group. This is really interesting because it's more difficult to move from a GDI group to another. So these countries are good cases to observe on their digital journey. So that is about the overall results. But if you look at the trends, if we compare from 2008 to 2020, sorry, there is a mistake on the title of this. This is 2028 to 2022, and that 0 is not correct. But you can see that for the last 2 years, the improvement, this is the global one and the regional, you see Europe, Asia, Americas, Oceania, Africa, was slightly. Our expectations were, we thought we could see a much big improvement, but the reality is not like this. And this is not only because we improved and we introduced this update in the methodology. We did some analysis on this, and we believe that some of the reason is because many countries, and we were discussing this in the previous sessions, were really focusing on the emergency, to cover the emergency. So for the pandemic was where all the government were looking for. So many of the countries were facing and were trying and were producing results for and services to really recover the pandemic. So we observed some improvement, especially in education, in healthcare, in justice, and for for services for social protections. So these are the sectors that improved worldwide the most for all countries, but only the countries that were already advanced in digital transformation had the opportunity really to take advantage of also and learn a lot from the challenges of the pandemic. These are some regional trends. You see, we have Europe, that is the one that is always leading as a region. Then we have Asia and Americas that are very close. Then we have Oceania, and the last is Africa. Africa as a region is still below the world average. Only Oceania is the countries that just a little bit went down and didn't increase as a region, with the exception of New Zealand and Australia, that are really the leading countries, not only in the region, but in the world. For the seeds, for small island development state, that was very challenging, that period. And this is a slide that look at the least developed countries, the landlocked and the small islands, and give you some key findings. That the combined average of GDI value for landlocked, for least developed countries, the landlocked and seeds, rose a little bit by 3%, but remain well below the world average. And then we have the LDCs, so the least developed countries, that have the lowest average among the three special groups. These are the key findings. More details you will find in the report. It's about 300 pages, and we have two chapters, Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, that cover all these findings. And Chapter 2 specifically has the chapters as areas that cover the countries in special situations. But overall, just an information to share is that the small island development states in the Caribbean perform better than the one in Asian Pacific. So now let's move on the, let's say, the challenging, or from our side, the bad news. So despite investment in technologies and the development gains achieved in many countries, as I said, still the digital divide persists. And the path to digital inclusion and sustainable development remains fraught with obstacles and uncertainties, especially in Africa and among least developed countries and small island development states. You can see here in this map, the world is really still divided in two, the green part and the brown part. While if you look at the number of countries, you have still the majority of the countries in the green area. The reality is, if we look at the population, the situation is that we have about 45% of the world population is lagging behind, and especially for the countries in Africa, where we almost have 95% of the population, and for some other area in Asia and in the Latin America. We used as a proxy the average AGDI value, so to measure digital divide. The countries that were below the average AGDI are represented here. Of course, it's a proxy. So there are other tools and to really try to measure the digital divide. But this is a first good tool to have at least as a snapshot. What is digital divide in the world? And this is the breakdown based on the population, as I said before, region by region. And for some region, as I said, Africa, 95%. And so this is something that really need high attention for the future, because the risk is that, especially after COVID, and using and taking advantage of digital transformation, new cutting-edge technologies, and the other tools that the digital world provide, the risk is that we will have the world divided in two, and we will even increase the distance between the group of the leading countries and the rest of the world. We cannot really accept this, and we really need to work hard all together to bridge this digital divide. So, talking about digital divide, we also need to talk about possible solutions, and also what we have observed. And this is part of the discussion that was in the previous panel. Digital exclusion persists and leaving significant parts of the world offline. There is a big issue of not only in terms of infrastructure, there is an issue of affordability and accessibility. Still, even if you look at the cost per capita of accessing out broadband, for some regions, Africa, for example, it's much, much higher than for the others. So that's also creates a big barrier. So it's not only that the infrastructure is there, but people cannot access. So this introduced the issue that there is a digital inclusion issues among the countries, among the region, but also in the countries. And this is this also imply that the risk of new technologies and digital transformation is that can introduce inequalities. And this is because not all the services that are developed look really at all the vulnerable groups. So it's really important that we first consider, this is not a new concept, it's more an old one, but it's important to reaffirm that the world is hybrid. We are moving, we have to stay on a hybrid digital society in which always put citizens and people at the center. So we provide service delivery for citizens, for people, and it's really important that we consider all the vulnerable groups that have different needs. And sometimes digital services do not cover the needs of those people. So this is one important area that, and there is a full chapter on this. So let me give you some key findings on that. So the new phase of inequality is digital. The future of digital government is not digital but hybrid, as I said. The primary objective is not digital development, but rather recognize human agency and supporting human development through digitalization. And digital divides are not static. Vulnerability is a dynamic and shifting state, and a list of risk factors is not always sufficient to identify those who need different ways to access and utilize services. There is a diversity and intersectionality for different vulnerable groups. When we talk about vulnerable groups, we talk about women, girls, older people, persons with disability, youth, migrants, refugees. In this moment, refugees also is a big issue, a big problem for many countries, minorities and other marginalized groups. An inclusive, integrated digital analog ecosystem is needed to facilitate and sustain inclusive e-government development so that everyone benefits and no one is really left behind. So inclusive design has not received sufficient attention. The most notable progress in e-government has benefited those groups that are easiest to reach, with many of the poorest and most vulnerable being left behind. So the digital government or e-government, again, in a clarification, in our report, we do not have a specific definition for digital government. We use e-government and digital government in the same way. OECD, for example, have a different definition of digital government. It's just to clarify the meaning of e-government. So leaving no one behind should guide the policy development and implementation in e-government and the public sector. Government should adopt inclusion by design. Canada was mentioning this, or inclusion by default, or inclusion first strategies. And targeted, localized, and the contextual approaches are the key, as not all executed groups are confronted with the same barriers. A all-of-government approach that integrates a multi-level, multi-sectorial, and multidisciplinary strategy and partnership is needed for the implementation of inclusive digital government. So top-down, bottom-up approaches should be combined to better understand and address the e-government needs of the most vulnerable. The global community can play a part in leaving no country behind in digital government through knowledge exchange, capacity building, and partnership. And now let's move on the future. One chapter, the last chapter of the report is about the future. So innovation and the broader digital transformation must aim to be truly inclusive. More member states are developing cutting-edge technologies such as cloud computing, artificial intelligence, blockchain. Some have developed new methods for exploiting data-driven policy modeling tools and have created pilot initiatives and sandboxes to design, validate, and scale up innovation solutions. The new approaches are strengthening member state analytical and anticipatory capabilities and are shaping future development scenarios. Member states are moving forward on seamless, invisible government in which fully automated services are made accessible to anyone, anytime, from anywhere. Also, the trends of a cognitive government, agile and adaptive government, and the development of predictive capabilities can better anticipate and respond to the needs of all member states. But really, we have to look at the principles that are under the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And the key principle, when we develop, we strategize and we develop our digital strategy. So let me now, moving to the conclusion, some numbers. I know that this is a part that also interests a lot the media, but these are really few pages compared to the 300 pages of the report, so I will recommend to read the report so you can better analyze and understand also the number. These are the leading countries in the world. As I said before, these 15 countries, they have the highest rating class, that is VH. As you can see, 8 member states are from Europe. We have Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Ireland, Estonia, Netherlands, and Malta. Then we have, from Asia, we have Republic of Korea, we have UAE, Singapore, and Japan. UAE is the first time that joined the leading countries. For Americas, we have US, and for Oceania, we have New Zealand and Australia. UAE and Malta are the ones that they moved in this group of the leading countries. But the others are very close. So if we, let me quickly go through Africa, that as you see, they have a very low rating and ranking. So the leading countries is South Africa, Mauritius, Seychelles, Tunisia, Morocco. The interesting thing to highlight here is that many countries moved from a lower GDI level to a higher one, so this is a good sign, but still the average is below if compared to the other regions. So on this part, we need to work more as a community, and although there are some good cases that can lead the region. For Asia, as I said, Republic of Korea, Singapore, UAE, Japan, Israel, Cyprus, Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, China, Turkey, Oman, these are the country of top. And this group is the one that with the highest rating classes, V1, V2, V3, VH. Europe, it's a group of countries. Europe, as I said, as a region, is always leading the world from this point of view, and is the most homogeneous and e-government development with the highest average GDI. We have Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Ireland, Estonia, Netherlands, UK, and Malta that are leading with the highest rating class. And then we have two that moved from high to very high, that is Serbia and Ukraine. And yeah, more information you will find on the report. Oceania, as I said, the key leading are New Zealand and Australia, and then there are the seeds, and many of them are still facing a digital divide. Okay, let's move on the area that you are more interested. Americas. So the vast majority of member states have remained in the same GDI groups since 2020. The average is increased from 0.63 to 0.64. 32 out of 35 member states are in the very high GDI. So in any case, this group is really with the countries that are in a very good stage of development. United States lead the Americas, followed by Canada and Uruguay. Canada and Uruguay are in the same rating class of V2. Also, Uruguay is leading Latin America and Caribbean with the Chile and Argentina. I have to say also that something that maybe is not highlighted as much as should be, the leading role of Uruguay in also pushing the other countries to do better. And I think the cooperation among those countries through different organizations in Latin America was very, very useful. But indeed, the outstanding performance and development of Uruguay was also working as a leverage for the other countries. So now we have also Chile and Argentina that are very close. And this is something that we have observed also with the GCC countries, so the countries from the Arabic region, that one leading countries was also pushing the other up. So this is something interesting to notice. But also it's very interesting, Peru, Guyana, and Belize that moved from middle to high GDI. Unfortunately, also for many political reasons, disaster issues, Haiti is still the only country that is in low GDI. This is, you will have all this number in our report, is just a snapshot on the Latin American Caribbean, organized and break down different indicators, so the e-government, so the GDI, but also the online, telecommunication, human capital, e-participation, and open data index that is still as a pilot. If we zoom in on the Uruguay, from EGDI, we see that if you look at the radar, you can have a better understanding also on different. So as you said, Uruguay is the LAC regional leader for the 8 consecutive years, and this is a very significant results, because it's not easy, especially when based on our assessment, to stay always on top of that. So congratulations for this. Uruguay's e-government development index is 30th this year, and is in the very high GDI and the rating class V2. Let me clarify this. Uruguay is not changing its rating class, so is not going back. The difference in the ranking is most of because we changed and we introduced this weight in the OSI, and also because no matter how much you can work and you can do on your digital transformation, the GDI is a comparative indicator, so also you cannot predict what the others are doing. So there is also this issue that need to be taken in consideration. And this is the breakdown on the OSI for the 5 categories. You see that the area in which we should work more is on e-participation. So digital inclusion, but I was very happy, and I was discussed this with Herbert in the coffee break, that I was very surprised, not surprised, I was very happy to see that the 2025 target, the target for 2025, and the work plan that, the strategic work plan that you are been implementing is in that direction. So that will really very, very important for you. And this is about TII Uruguay. Active mobile broadband subscription is a little bit low. That will affect, has affected a little bit the final result. For clarification, these indicators come from ITU. So we do not do the assessment. We collect the data that come from ITU, and these are the data that you provide to ITU. So if you see some discrepancies, it's better that you double check what you have submitted to ITU in order to be sure that you always have the most updated data, so we can really, when we do our measurement, give the status quo at the time we do the assessment. And then this is the human capital index, was splitted by the different sub-indices. To conclude, just one innovation in the report, but also focusing on Uruguay. For the first time, we have introduced this complex network analysis that is using of deep machine learning to better identify clusters of equality of member states. This is a request from government. Many governments were saying, how can you measure countries that are so different each other? So what we have done at the pilot level is that we have used more than 500 indicators, 305 World Development Indicators from World Bank, plus 214 SDGs indicators. And through this AI tool, we have grouped the countries, and we have identified 4 clusters. Means that each country, all the countries that are in one cluster, they somehow are similar in terms of development based on these 500 indicators. And if you look at Uruguay is on the second cluster, but what is interesting is that in each cluster you have some countries that no matter their development, they perform better better than other countries that have a higher development status. So if you look at the Uruguay, you see Uruguay is the top of the class in his cluster with Argentina, Chile, Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. And if you look at the red, the triangular that I highlighted, is performing better than the other countries that are on the first cluster. So why we have done this? Because sometimes some development and some potentialities are still hidden in our GDI. So this is a way also to see who really perform well within their constraints of development and who can improve. So if you go through the report, you will read more about this. Just to the last information is about we did this with a group of researchers that they worked very close with the Nobel Prize of Physics that for 2021 was on complex network analysis. So this is the most advanced group on this, and we are very proud that we started this collaboration. But it's very interesting because give you more room to also understand your challenges, but also your potentiality and opportunities. So congratulations also for that. And as I said, we also assess the local government in their municipalities, and we have here, for the first time, we have assessed Montevideo, and this is there is the breakdown based on the 5 components also for the LOCI. So Montevideo participated the first time in the LOCI, and ranked first in the institutional framework and the 21st in the technology category. You can go on the report and see it. So thank you very much. More details are online. We also have a business intelligence platform where you can play with all the numbers and you can do your own analysis. And thank you very much for the attention. Thank you.
Antes de continuar, quería agradecer a Red Geal.
Before I move on, I wanted to thank Red Gealc because they're going to be working with us in the translation of the survey that was just presented by Vincenzo. That, as I said, it's a pleasure for us to do so. The English version was presented in New York on the 28th of September. And the Spanish version is being translated in Uruguay together with the support of Red Gealc for Spanish-speaking countries. Then we will have a French version for Francophone countries. And then one version for Africa that I think, if I'm not mistaken, that will be done in South Africa. I know that, Vincenzo, you understand Spanish even though you don't speak it. So perhaps I can ask you questions either in Spanish or in English, you tell me. But because we're running short of time, I wanted to ask you 2 questions in one. A lot has been answered by your presentation already, but the concept is, countries like Uruguay, what should we do to stay in that very high ranking? And in this sense, is it correct to say that Uruguay went back a few positions compared to the previous measurement? Considering the methodological changes that have happened, and I insist, much of this has been answered by you already in your presentation, what should we do? What should we keep doing? What should be our Northern Star? Or what is your opinion about that Northern Star? And whether or not this methodological change damaged Uruguay's position in spite of the fact that it remains to be at the forefront in the region.
Clarify something.
It's clear. It's clear.
Okay.
And I know that every time I go to visit countries, and when we presented the report, a ranking is always the first questions, and you always have countries that are very happy when they see even a couple of position up, and very upset if they even for a couple. But let me really clarify this. In 2020, we introduced the rating to try really smoothly move from this ranking approach to a group of countries that somehow have the same level of development. So, and this also gives us the flexibility to collect inputs, recommendations, suggestions from the multi-stakeholders, so government, academia, also for us to improve and to try to capture as much as possible the reality. So in order to improve the methodology, we needed to change the methodology. We tried to do slowly, but in any case, in this case, for example, for the first time, the OSI, we introduced 5 categories, we introduced weights, we stressed more the service provisions and e-participation, 80%. So it's a lot. And that, therefore, is really not mathematically statistical correct to direct compare the 2020 with the 2022. You should look at this number as a proxy, and you should look at this number in terms of trends. So if I look with this perspective, so far, Uruguay is doing very well, because first is still in the V2, so in the very high GDI, in the third, it's in the second rating class, is maintaining that position. So that's still for the eighth times, so it's 16 years, that is still leading the region. Third, as I said, is leading the region, is working also in terms of really is a sort of a front runner that facilitated the others to be part of this journey. So indeed, I would not really look too much at the few numbers that you know are now in the ranking, if you compare with 2020. And last but not least, again, no matter how much you develop in your country, other countries they also advance on digital government. So when you compare, when we do we measure the index is a comparative. So there are other countries that can perform better on some indicators and make this. So I would say that I don't see a situation that you have to high red flag. And what you presented, how you did for COVID, is also something that somehow justify these numbers, because you were concentrating more on the key services that you need to provide to your citizens in order to overcome that one, and you did very well. So this is the right way to look at the numbers now.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all. Gracias a todos por estar aquí.
Thank you all for being here.
È un grande onore.
He speaks Italian, I didn't know that. We could do in Italian.
È un grande onore averlo qui. Tante grazie. Gracias a todos y nos vemos luego.
Thank you, everyone. See you after the lunch break.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, everyone. We will meet at 2 p.m. with the new presentations about digital government. We will talk about what is the guiding star for that. We will have the Minister Omar Paganini joining us today. So for all of you, remember, share your messages with Agesic Challenges 2025. See you in a bit. Thank you.